Alrighty. Hello, and welcome back to some good old art. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. I'm currently doing a lot of random setup shite in the background, so you're gonna give me a moment. I also can't seem to get my phone charging, so I'm gonna have to spend a bunch of time on that in a bit. I'm not looking forward to that. Gotta play, gotta bear with me on some of this. Oh. Stretch. Wake up. Good idea. Alright. My computer's also miserably dying right now. Because it doesn't like the fact that I am tabbing between several different things constantly. Okay. Should be all of that sorted now. There we go. Hey, yeah, Clemmy, how's it going? May I have a nice day? I can hope so as well. Hope you've had a good day as well, so far. Alright. You need to stop lagging. That would be nice. Is there any peripherals I could turn off? I could probably turn off this quickly. You, buggy you. Should have turned off more of these before stream. Turned off all of the essential ones. Going on over there. Alright, okay. I'll wake now. Alright. I think we're all handy dandy now. So now I'm gonna try and fix the charging a little bit. While I'm fixing the charging, again, the model's gonna freeze. So yeah, I hope everyone's had a good day so far. I hope everyone's having a good one. I'll probably continue working on the red, design that we worked on last time. I haven't had any time to actually work on it. I wanted to finish it that day, but, like, it just didn't happen. But to those that are curious, these are the sketches from this morning that I did before stream. How did I do that? Alright. As per usual, I always try and do like a quick bit of sketching before stream to warm up. This was one, and this was the other. I was trying to do some more dynamic poses. This one I don't think I did well, admittedly. I got like partway into it and I think I accomplished the bare minimum of what I was aiming for, and that's enough. This one, on the other hand, much prettier. The hand looks jank as hell though, the right hand. The one by the face. I just couldn't get the hand posing right, because I was trying to do like the hand that's like one finger pointing up and then the other's like curled over slightly, cascading down, but I don't think I quite got there. That's still not charging at the moment. I feel like I need to send this phone into for a repair at this point. It's really starting to get to me. Oh, yeah. Get to see roughly what random sketch stuff looks like. Hey, Devil, how's it going? Oh, there's also new staffs that I've worked on. I talked about over on thing. So Ben 10, I did see that, and I chuckle how much I know all that stuff as well. Because this is something that's misunderstood, is there is only, I believe, one time that Ben has actually ever died, and that was a spirit-based attack from Caster in an alternate reality, right? And it's because the Omnitrix didn't know quite how to handle a spirit-based attack. Like, it didn't detect the stuff that would be necessary. Otherwise, yeah, no, not the Ultimatrix, the Omnitrix. We have to keep that distinction apart because we're not talking about Albedo's fucking work. Is Albedo? No. Yeah, it is. It is Albedo's work, right? He stole it from thing. That's the point of the Ultimatrix. Because that one doesn't have half the safety measures put in place. Azimuth improved it? Oh, okay. But the point is, the one that, like, I remember the most, that wasn't Azimuth's, that was, things. Right? That was, Ultimatrix was a copy made by Albedo, and it did lack safety features that were there before the things got added after. That, as well as, if I remember correctly, the point of the Ultimatrix was that it would rigorously run adaptation protocols to force the DNA into a beyond normal state. That's what the Ultimate Aliens were, right? So it would actively stress test the species as much as possible with constant excessive simulation, which is also putting a strain on the device that would normally not be there. It's also why the internal DNA also came to have like understanding conscience of its own, because it was constantly put under rigorous pressure. But eventually, all of the Ultimate Aliens actually developed a personality of their own. Ultimate eugenics, kinda. Like, legitimately, it's really fucked up when you actually, like... Again, fun thing, Ben 10's really dark. Like, again, Ben has actively died on screen a couple of times. Like, he has actively died on screen. But, like, come back from it. I'm blanking on the name of the one where he actually just straight up got murdered and then he got switched to Diamond Head. I can't, it's the purple one, the purple crystal one. Kill some people. I mean, we could always just look at I mean, I'm gonna be honest, Teenage Ben was probably some of the worst for it, right? I think it's Alien Force is the name of that one, or something? I can't remember. But, like, the Chromostone, thank you, that was it, yeah. He literally gets killed. Like, it is straight up, Ben is dead. And then the Omnitrix regenerates him into Diamond Head because that is the easiest way for the Omnitrix to regenerate a completely shattered person back to life. But yeah, no, like the Forever Knights and the other stuff, like there's some really messed up stuff. I think the Forever Knights were in the original, but they're much more prevalent in the teenage stuff. The blade is just slightly off screen, yeah. I mean, he literally disbands them by basically saying, okay, you end it here, or I'm gonna make it that you Forever Knights have a very quick point to the end of forever. Well, it was something much better than that, but it was like along those sort of lines of, no, I will fucking kill you right here, right now. How the fuck can my phone just not charge? It implies that he ate someone back when he was a mutant. Yeah, that sounds about right. Also, I mean, Kevin alone, he has definitely killed people. Right, like that's not up for debate. I think we can all agree on that. But yeah, no, like, it's, the thing is, right, is, do I think, theoretically, young Ben is killable? Like, if we're talking, like, young Ben, like, we're talking original series Ben versus, like, Omni-Man, do I think there's a much more, like, a reasonable chance? Technically, yes, there is a much higher chance Omni-Man could win in that, but we're still scraping it at the best. It's really fucked up because of the fact that simply, yeah, at the end of the day, when the Omnitrix is functioning correctly and is not being, like, tampered with incorrectly, there is little to no way the user can die. Even when he's a kid. There is way big, yeah. That's why I was saying, like, if you're using Ben 10,000 versus Omni-Man, it's not even a chance, because that's a Ben that's got access to the Master Control. Which, again, if we've already made an argument that a Ben without access to the Master Control has a decent chance beating a Viltrumite. It's like, well... The fuck do you think someone that can basically, with a thought, activate the Omnitrix and switch to whatever they want for any length of time? Like, I don't think that there is any Ben that exists. Again, I would argue the only time was the Ultimatrix. I think that's the only time Omni-Man actually has a chance. Like an actual chance of killing him. Because I'm pretty sure we've had it confirmed that the Ultimatrix did not have those security measures. Yes, by the way, I am also a Ben 10 nerd if it wasn't fucking obvious. Yeah, no, Ultimatrix would have him dead. Like, do I think an Ultimatrix that's like functioning correctly would beat him? Yes, no, 100%. But it's because the safety protocols that just are literally outside of a handful of cases are undealable with. Like outside of the species that Alien X is in universe, there should be nothing that does something to Ben outside of spirit-based attacks. And that's because that's just something that hasn't been accounted for. Does that mean, and yes, I'm actually about to pull this argument out, does that mean Ben would survive in the Warhammer 40k universe? No, he would get fucking destroyed. You're telling me that, like, Necrons wouldn't be able to fucking body that guy. You're telling me that the forces of chaos wouldn't be able to body... Like, again, I mean this with the most love in the world. While we're saying someone like Omni-Man gets completely destroyed by Ben purely because it is just you cannot win, and Ben will eventually win. Also, at that same time, we're acknowledging the weaknesses, and again, it's always gonna be, you put it versus the Warhammer 40k universe, that's how you really stress test your stuff. Like, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I fully expect if Ben got put into the Warhammer universe, he's getting put in a jar by Trazen, right? Like, convince me otherwise. You think Trazen wouldn't either get the Omnitrix or capture Ben? One of the two. That motherfucker would see that shit going on. He's like, ooh. He could reasonably do well for himself against some factions. I think that, like, versus the Tau, he'd probably do fine. I don't see him having a problem with that. Versus the Space Marines, again, it depends on, like, which chapter and all that sort of stuff. Like, we've basically, we can say with absolute certainty there are factions that would body the shit out of him. Now, Orcs, that's really honestly a giant question mark there. I don't think I can even answer that for you. That's kind of the point. But that's why I say Necrons, there are too many high-ranking Necrons that would probably find answers. Right? But yeah, no, I don't think Ben's worthy. He's not picking up the hammer. Unless there's an alien that's worthy. I don't know the logic. Again, magic's a bit weird. By the way, I'm still trying to get the fucking charger to sit right. That's why I haven't actually progressed with anything. Kai is Ben's love interest. Oh yeah, I remember. She's the, was it Tennis? Was Tennis the one she played? Or am I thinking of the, no, I'm thinking Julie. No. The werewolf episode? Oh, God! Yeah, no, I fucking hated her as well. Julie was the tennis player. Yeah, no, I was like, I'm trying to... Doing my best, man. Doing my best. No, I fucking hated Kai. Though, admittedly, I kind of disliked her because of how she just treated Ben with that whole thing. Because she only... Like, it's literally in the episode, she's like, oh no, I only liked you because I thought you were gonna be a werewolf. So that's fucking weird. To like do to a guy like that. Like, man's going through like a traumatic thing and you're like, I'm gonna hit on that. Oh, you're no longer turning into a furry? I don't like that. Like, I've got nothing wrong with furries, but like, you gotta be a little bit more honest with things. I like the werewolf episode. Oh, I love the werewolf episode. I just hated her. Yeah, I mean, again, this is the argument I'll make, is like, we've just talked about Julie. Julie is by far one of the cooler characters for love interests. Right? Because she's just badass. She does get damseled in distress a couple of times, though, which is upsetting. She has the teasing kind of romance. Put this on the screen at least so we know what we're going to be working on in a bit. She's attracted to Ben's transformations, but pretends she is not attracted to Ben. That's... Especially for a kid's show, I feel like that's just really not... That's a... Okay, so I get the bit, and I get that it's like also trying to promote alternative attraction, right? Like, again, we're gonna just say, like, again, it is very clear that Kai is intended to be like a little bit of like a furry-esque sort of personality. But the problem is that, as kind of Jin said there, it is shallow, right? Like, that's how it comes off at that point. I can understand weird people, I cannot understand inconsistent. Yeah, inconsistent storytelling of a character would be the thing that has set me off the most. But it's the fact that, like, yeah, again, it's... We've got a point there of just, it's a character that's very shallow, and I have, like, that's how I'm seeing it, and I have very mixed feelings about a shallow character being the main romance interest. Have some chemistry and just acted like there was no need to develop their relationship? Oh, okay. That seems just very strange. What is going on with this charging cable? It feels like the angle I have it according to the, like, magnetism or something is what's going on here. This is so weird. Hey, Scenario, how's it going? They worked it out away from camera. I'm gonna be honest, if they do any of that sort of stuff with things, that's always terrible, right? I see, yeah, this is that I was working on last time. Sorry, I am still trying to get my camera to, my phone to charge. This is what I was working on last time, and I was showing earlier. These are the quick sketches I did before stream to just warm up. It's, again, one of those things of, I'm getting faster. This, while I don't like it, it did take me like 8 minutes to do this one, and I think this one took me 10 minutes? So I'm getting better with the sketches stuff. Developed her in an actually good character, but pushing the relationship and the plot just kind of stopped her development. Yeah, I mean, that's why, again, like, I praise Julie, because Julie's character actually develops a little bit. Now, don't get me wrong, it's a little touch and go at moments, but... like, I much prefer when you actually... Again, there are plenty of ways to do, Julie and Ben break off screen. Yeah, that's another thing that's just kind of a bit... I mean, like, the only relationship that I believe was, like, somewhat consistent was, Gwen and Kevin, right? I feel like that was the only one. The grind never stops. Yeah, it's about right. Talking about ships on Ben 10. Well, we're talking about just general Ben 10 at the moment while I try and get my phone to charge. Again, I feel like I'm gonna have to hold it upside down at like a 90 degree angle and towards the west. I don't know. Kevin did develop into a fireman, not great, but fine. Like, it's one of those things of, especially when you take, like, Alien Force and Ultimate Alien into consideration, Kevin's character growth is fucking awesome. Because, like, from the original series to what he becomes in those is amazing to look at. I have the photos, so we gotta discuss now who does what, who and why. Okay, cool. I'll keep that in mind. I also need to set aside some time, maybe in my schedule at some stage for it. Drop the ball was tricking Ben into marrying a Tetraman princess so that Kevin would not have to. Yeah. That's also, like, that's what bros do, right? Yo, bro, you should agree to this. What do you mean? You guys have no idea how stupid this is, by the way, on my end. Like, I can't get it to register charge, but I can see when, like, there is a little charge coming through, because the lighting on the phone will go higher. Like, it will brighten the phone. Otherwise, it goes to, like, the lowest light. And it's, like, only when I move the cable or specific. I'm gonna pull out a different cable. See if that fixes it. Because I'm honestly starting to get really fed up with this. Yeah, no, I remember the forearms. No, I think I literally remember the episode you're referring to. I'm gonna try this cable, because this cable's technically a more expensive one, and it's more likely to just work. What if I use the old one, actually? Let's try the old one. The old shitty one. That I can just be really rough with because it's fucked. I think it's this way it plugs in. Trying to electrocute myself. I really should probably send this phone in for repair, but repairing phones is expensive. Girls are fighting over him and kept turning him into aliens they were most attracted to. That's fucking wild. I feel like I remember that as well. Ben turn into a horse? Wait, is Ben gonna turn into an Uma? Okay, now that begs the question. If Ben turns into an Uma, because the Omnitrix picks the DNA, like, is the most optimal version, which Uma is he turning into? What is the most powerful Uma? Now we're gonna start a real interesting discussion. Look at this, God. I dread to think. What am I about to see? What in the fuck is that? That's official? That's wild. Okay, my phone is just refusing to charge at this point. This is really starting to... That was on the show? That is wild. And the battery's on 15% now as well, so it's like really starting to get annoying that I have to kind of rush do this until it works. %14 now. God, it's ticking down at a rate I don't like. I I vote Aegis, a fucking Tachyon. But is Tachyon really, like, peak for an Uma? She's peak in a lot of ways, but I don't know if she's peak Uma. Right? I mean, it does beg the question of what does a peak Uma be considered as? Because for the Uma species, again, we're doing this, they both need to be athletically feasible, intelligent, and pretty and good dancers, right? So you have to and good singers. So you have to consider all of that when it comes to the scenario. I know a few people that would be very immediate on who their thoughts are of it. Please stop, what do you mean? These are the important things we need to discuss. Anyway. Well, this is still continuing to be a pain in my ass. I'm gonna be so upset in a minute. This might be one of those days where I just have to use, like, the webcam. Or at least, do we try seeing what VTube Studio looks like if I use my webcam? I haven't used it in ages. How jank is it? How jank are you? Oh, it shows the watermark as well because of the thing. Oh god, look at that. That's very jank. Now that Oh, that looks really weird. That's what happens when I use my webcam instead of my phone. I hope you guys understand why the phone is a little bit better. You also have the watermark to deal with. I can hide the watermark, technically. You could technically buy the DLC, apparently, that hides the watermark. Even though I've bought the thing on my phone. They fucked the eyes. Yeah, the eyes are... I don't know what's going on with the eyes, eh? Okay. We're gonna just run it like this for now until I get my phone charging. Suffer. You're gonna have to deal with the little gremlin in the corner there. Because yes, I have the paid for version on my phone. But I don't have the paid for version on the PC. So I wasn't gonna spend 20 bucks on something that doesn't affect 90% of the time. Outside of this, apparently. It's a bit weird. Admittedly speaking, the tracking does have its good parts that are better and or worse, depending on how you want to see it from the webcam. I mean, I can wink. I can wink now. And wink with the iPhone. Like, I'm just literally not getting it to register the cable. It's never coming up as charging. I actually think we have to say no to my phone today. Just because it is not getting any charging going. And it's on 12% now. I'm gonna see if I can do this a little bit more manually. Now that I don't have to technically have it in the holster. Hey, that's one of my thingies triggering. Oh, there's the charging thing. Now I just need you to stay. You're not gonna just stay. Okay. Had it for a moment though. Oh. Oh, have I got it? Okay, if I gently move around my phone. By the way, yeah, a bunch of command stuff got updated on my end, so you guys can have more fun with that. The easiest way to see it is once I've set this up again. Yeah, turn off the webcam. And then, ba-boom! We're back on the phone. Oh, thank the Lord. Right. There is, what was it, commands? Exclamation mark commands is one of the ways to see all the commands now. And that will also randomly pop up on stream. I think it's a good setup like that. Anyway, now that we've actually... It has only taken 40 minutes for me to set my phone to charge. Now that that's happened, we can actually do the art. So where was I with the process? We've basically done all of the baseline coloring because I don't think I'm going to alter much of that. I still don't know what I want to do with the orb, by the way. Okay, I'm going to pose the question to y'all. Now that we've, like, spent this amount of time talking about Ben 10. What do we want the orb to be? Do we want this to be just some magic random crap? Or do we want this to be, like, the planet? Because if it's gonna be the Earth, you're gonna have to give me a moment to, like, try and sketch the Earth. Planet in flames? I don't feel like she would set the planet on fire, though, right? It's kind of against a little bit of her design. It's, like, intense order, right? Hey, Flash, how's it going? I live in the technical difficulties. Not go too far with it, might get kinky. That's why I say, like, it would just be just our planet, like, the planet. right? Like, it would just be a very generic version of it. Maybe some slight shadow overcasting of it, obviously, from the hand and such, but, like, that's probably the most I would do. That's why I say, like, the magic's also a really valid option, because that means I can, like, play around with some weird stuff going on. Hey, look, there's the other thing go off. They're actually at very desynced timers, so they won't turn up relatively close outside of at the very beginning. I think doing a magical effect, like she's casting a destructive attack at somebody while doing this post seems kind of cool. It's kind of my thought as well. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I do like the idea of it being the planet, because then it feels very world domination-esque, right? But also at that same time, I do like the idea that it is just like her on a throne, I guess, and just like, oh, I'm going to turn you into fucking dust. And it also means I get to play with the lighting a lot. That'll be kind of fun. Okay. Literally typing in magic orb attack, leave me alone. Images. Yeah, something maybe along those lines? I don't know how I'm gonna draw that though. That's gonna probably require me to do some weird brush stuff. Okay, let's do another layer. And we'll consider the layer over the top. Let's go look at my brushes that I have. It's kind of funny. Seeing if any random textures pop out at me for how to approach this. This is, by the way, something 100% you'd probably want to get like a brush for. Did not watch the previous stream. Who is that? An OC or a character from a show? Oh, you're fine for not watching last time. So, shorthand is, don't know if you've seen, but on some of my streams, I do have, Sorry, I just saw something that got sent to me. It's really funny. Last time on Malith. So if you've seen the stream stuff on YouTube, if you haven't, it's fine. I can show some of them very quickly, but I have kind of like a pseudo what we want the VTuber to look like eventually. I'm just gonna keep using the Dishonored 1 version because that's probably, I think, my best one of it. So this is what Malith is supposed to kind of look like. Well, this is excited Malith. There is many stages of Malith. When he's more excited, he's more demonic and more intense, right? More sharper. Like the nails get sharp, the mouth moves into being a bit more ripping away at the face, the eyelashes are more intense, the horns are more intense, the hair is more intense, right? This is what Malith can look like. Also, the tail is a great example as well. The tail doesn't turn up until very extreme things. We say this because when doing the Command & Conquer thumbnail, I still think that this is more relaxed Malith. I'm excited. I know, shut up. But this is like a bit more of a relaxed version, right? Again, we're still playing around with the styling, so a lot of this plays like changes quite a bit. So in the past, I have always been like very open about playing with a male-female designs of the character. Since very early on, we've actually had female design play-arounds. In fact, that was partly because of the Jacko pose. Because someone asked me to draw myself in the Jacko pose, or at least my OC, and I couldn't figure out how to do it as a guy, so I just made a female version of myself, which started off as this piece. Right? And that's the original design that I did years and years and years ago of my character. So you can see it's gone through quite a bit of changes. Now, I still keep up to date on it. In fact, one of the last pieces I did before like some of these thumbnails on stream was this piece of my VTuber, the female version. Let's just not question too much about what's going on here. But the fact is, I do play around with it still a fair bit. So, I was like, okay, now that we've kind of done a massive overhaul and update on, like, the style and design stuff, what would happen with the female version of the character now? Because I like doing it as well, because I find, personally, when I do some massive changes with the male one, I'll go do some versions of the female one, and they'll teach me some things I might want to do with the male one as well. Again, I'm kind of more referring to them as purple and red at the moment, but we'll get to that in a sec. So last time we were doing this, and the base design of this, or the base sketch of this was here. Yeah, this was the base sketch that I did. Which then went to this sketch. And what, like, cause again, I think Sweeb, gave me some outfit stuff to work with, and we discussed a lot at the time, so that's what a lot of the outfit came with. Because I was trying to find, like, what would be a very female alternative to how I've got this outfit, right? Like, this is a bit of a merchant's dress outfit with some practical boots, and some pieces from around, time that Malith has picked up that he's like, oh, I liked that, right? That's the actual idea of the character. That's why he's got this belt thing here, is it Hercules from God of War? That's his belt. The joke is that this staff as well is the from the tree in the Garden of Eden. Stuff like that, right? So it is just the definition of like random picking stuff up. So someone last time compared them to Alistair and Vox. Yes, which is also hysterically ironic as well, because a little bit of the design that I'm working with now for the purple design is based off of Alistair, right? Which is even funnier that the female one is the one that actually gets the color scheme more close to Alistair. But yeah, so that's what led to this eventually, and us kind of doing a soft, like, storytelling with the characters, where basically they are at opposing ends of a spectrum, and they were once one entity. Think of it as like, this is a thing that has existed for so long that it existed before the concept of time was understood. And it was this being of both chaos and order, very much kind of your atypical architecture from Shintoism and Taoism, the yin and the yang, chaos and order. And after splitting, the two personalities developed more intensely. Purple is much more about chaos, where it's I would like to go around and enjoy myself and not dictate events, let them play out as they will. Whether that is good or bad, debatable, right? Whereas the red is much more about order and making a more controlling thing of, well, if I just took charge, I would be able to make the world a better place, sort of philosophy. Which is why red coloring worked out really well, because both are historically royal colors, purple and red, but purple is a bit more regal, a bit more reserved, whereas red is a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more like blood, right? Violent, in a sense. So it worked out quite well. It also plays on a really fun thing as well with the characters where, this is something I talked about last time. So this is what red looks like in that more kind of, again, like this. The more accentuated horns, the much more like intense version of the character. Now, why is her mouth not splitting apart? It's because I just couldn't make it look nice. And lore-wise, the fun part became, well, it's not that she cares more about her appearance, it's that purple just doesn't care. Which makes sense. Again, a character of chaos just probably wouldn't care. They care about what they want to do, so they're not going to care for their appearance as much. By comparison, have to appear yada yada yada. But no, I will say, Sweep, Hazbin Hotel is a good fun watch if you're okay with basically R-rated Disney. It is very... I know why some people got put off from it, and I can fully understand it. It has got a lot of sexual jokes, a lot of connotations to it, very foul language. It does feel like the word fuck is just kind of tossed in for the sake of saying the word and not actually for a valid reason. But also, that's the world they live in, and that makes sense, given the context, right? The pilot is very a bad showing of what it's become. I will say that, because it has drastically changed. Ooh, that's pretty. Ayo, that's way prettier than I was expecting. Wait, that brush looks fucking nice. Now, I'm not gonna probably make it that alone. I could probably play around with it, but that's a lot nicer than I was expecting. What is more in play? Well, I mean, again, it's actually the other way around a little bit more. Is that Red is a lot more like Vox, if anything, where it's a lot more about power-hungry control. But also, I want to stress, and this is the thing I'll only allude to softly because it becomes a point of the story. Neither character is a lot like Vox in a lot of key sense, right? Vox has a issue that is the reason why someone like that could never win, right? And there is a specific song where Alistair even calls him out on it. I think I'll use the line very quickly of, no matter what you do, your glass will never be filled. Something along those sorts of lines. We all know exactly what kind of villain I'm referring to with that, I feel. So I feel like that's a little bit more fair to just kind of say it that way instead of going too far. Oh, the lag! Oh god, I can't use that brush. And as you remove the purple scarf for now? Oh yeah, it is purely for now. It is because I want to do it as part of like the later layers. It is not like a decision that it's getting removed. It's that it is it is just for now. But yeah, to those that are wondering what I mean by the purple scar, if we pull this back, you can see here there is a scar across her face. That is a decision that I thought would look really, really nice. To also get to the storytelling of these two are very much like brother and sister, but they are also of opposing philosophies, right? So they would clash. And they probably clash in a lot of different ways. But like the idea that the only one time that there is a very physical, clear scar is on her face of all things, which goes like very much against. She'd like, I would never have hit you in the face. I would have never done that. It's like, but it got the hit on you. What's wrong about that? And then go back to here. Doesn't quite look what I want. I'm wondering how I want to do this best. I feel like I need to do this on a completely different layer now. What if I instead took this approach? something like that. I'm playing with a brush that I have not played with in a long time, so you have to understand. It's also very laggy. I don't know how bad it is on stream when I'm using this. But like I don't know if you guys can actually see how much like it just freezes from time to time. Oh god, okay. Need to make sure I'm doing it in like fashion. What do you think of that? This is a, at least for now, thing. Like, obviously, there's some parts of it I need to erase away, like, this space here. No, I could probably just do something weird with that, actually. Go to this one. I want to do a little bit of rough. That, and then we go back and that. Alright, we'll play with that for now. Okay, so we'll just leave the base orb there, and then we'll play around with other stuff later. So now it's kind of, we gotta go through texturing process. We'll do the texturing process here. Very cool looking swirly orb. I think that, like, that altogether, that does actually come together a lot more than I was expecting it to. Also, yes, the philosophy, and I think it's very obvious, the philosophy of, like, why did you use the colors you wanted to use? Red and purple. It's the color schemes of the characters. I wanted to primarily be red, but I like the idea that, like, imagine if their magics, primarily I would assume that red would be the one using magic, more, but, like, I like the idea that their magics are, like, it's their primary color, but it's accentuated by the other's color. I actually think that that's just really, really cute. Again, it's a hailing to the fact that they are one and the same. Two sides of the same thing. Will it be glowy? I don't know if how glowy I can make it, right? I mean, I'm gonna probably make it a light source, yeah. So I'll probably be lighting the a lot of the visuals with it. I don't know what else I can really do to it to like fit along the lines. That's why I'm saying, like, for now I'm gonna probably focus on just doing the texturing that I normally do. Trying to think, well, outside of skin, what needs to be textured the most? Not apply to all pixels. Yeah. Oops. What texturing do I want to do here? I probably want to do some texturing to the horns as well. Thinking on that. Right. I was using the previous coloring for a lot of this. So we'll probably be using my own darkening. How am I with backgrounds? Not really great, I'm gonna be honest. Like, there's a reason why for the thumbnails I kind of grab backgrounds from the actual games, and why I tend to leave my backgrounds pretty blank. It's a skill that I had when doing it physically. It was one of the skills that never translated over. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. We'll probably be doing the eye soon. Yeah, we'll probably do the eye next, actually. Actually, I should just do the eye now. How do I want to do the eye? Kind of curious, because you never know. It's one of those things of, I used to, when dealing with painting, I used to be really good with it. Like, really, really good with it. Like, I could do really nice trees and stuff like that. I could do just general niceness with the backgrounds. In a sense, that's why, like, when working with these tools, I kind of know what I'm doing, weirdly. But, like, at the end of the day, still doesn't stop it being a bit weird on it all. You're surprisingly good with outfit designs? What do you mean surprisingly? I just really mean with that one. Kinda sounded like slander. I was like, yeah, I was like, what do you mean kinda? Damn. Am I not? Would you not expect me to be good? It's not trivial, just design a new outfit and have a good look. Yeah. No, I know. Again, I'm very clearly poking fun, and it's just like, what do you mean? No, man, when you show up on stream, your shirts don't make us think of fashion expert exactly. How dare you that you insinuate that my shirt is it that way? That this shirt here. Oh wait, we need to flip it the other way. Doesn't tell you fashion expert. What do you mean this does not tell you fashion expert? I don't know, man. I think that that's fashion expert. I'm just saying. You think I don't wear those shirts all the time? I can love these shirts, man. I love so much that it's just like, no, I'm wearing one of those shirts right now. I will not take this slander. That's not gonna work. Purple's not enough. And the pink's the wrong direction as well. Because the purple goes from like a deep purple to a pink to a yellow. So if it's red, then it would make sense to go. Oh yeah, sweet. Do you want to test that thing? Now that I just got reminded of it. Okay, so how do I want to test this quickly? Let's just make it. Let's see, so let's make this add Alright, type in, so this is for Sweep to do, type in exclamation mark test, real quick. Yeah, works. Cool. So that means that entire action chain will work then. Cool. So it is send shoutout, which is add. I think it was Twitch moderation. Send shoutout is where the option is. Unless I've got a plugin that enables it, should be where it is, or auto shoutout on that side. Oh no, I know it'll work. Again, it's one of those things of, like, I think I mentioned to you, I just needed to see if that command worked, because if that command works, then the entire chain will be fine. Because I've seen this run correctly before. This is, so again, this is the same username that I use for the Twitch thing. So I know that if that works correctly, then it will work. That's why I tested just off user instead of like anything else, because that will give me the same exact outcome as this will. There should be no variation on that one. Fox has still not sent me the thing that they promised to send me, which is how they like how they get their shoutouts on YouTube. Because I want to see how that's done, because I want to see if I can find where in the API it's pulling the information from, because then I should be able to replicate it. But yeah, no, we've got the commands one, which is cool. We've got the commands and socials automated as well, in case people haven't seen that already. I don't know where I can see my timers, admittedly. In the grand scheme of things. But like the create timer is like this. That's what I've got for those at the moment. I think one of them's on an hourly and one of them's on like a 40-minute. But yeah, also hey you clap, in case I didn't actually say that earlier. I was very distracted on these. Yeah, I don't know where I actually go see my timers. Yeah, where do I see my timers inside the client? I set up 2 timers. I don't know where they store that data, because like, if we go here, you can see there's 2 timers here. The time actions, and I can create a timer easily. But I can't like, I don't see a way of editing them. Streamer project's a really cool thing. Yeah, I agree. Streamer bot, as it stands already, is just phenomenal. The fact is, as well as okay, I say this with the nicest I can, but like, take it as you will. As it stands, streamer bot, theoretically, even if it got dropped, nothing changes, right? Because it's almost all internally hosted. It's all of the resources around it that become the question mark of whether or not they'll keep going. Genuinely, I do hope that they can keep going with it. It's really great. It's a really useful tool, and it's something that I'm going to be working with a lot more in the future. When I can. But that's why I said, like, you guys can type in !! commands and see the list of commands, which is a dynamic list as well. I mentioned this before. But basically, see everything that's inside of the chat commands command bracket. It will pull all of these. And it will tell you those commands in a list. I won't tell you what they do. Admittedly, that's kind of on you guys to figure out. But it means that I can automate triggers with things, right? One of the ideas I also have is like automating, hey, by the way, you can use the clip command to clip a cool moment if you see it. Yada yada yada, right? But I can set up those sorts of things. I mean, like, that's why I say, like, the socials one, that's automated now to post the thing. But yeah, no, it's, what was it under again? I think it was under core commands, get commands, and that's where you can get the group. Yeah, that was not me testing it there. That was it automatically posting the thing. I can also, one of the things there that you actually see is, like, I can ignore aliases. I have a thing to see if the person has permission when pulling the list. It also means that, for example, if I do have administrative commands, so ones that only moderators and streamer can use, I can set them in a separate bracket and they won't get included in the list. Right? They're also sorted alphabetically, which is kind of fun. Preventing the super shove. Yeah, but it's a lot of cool stuff for that. I have a lot of weird integration stuff I can do now that I've come to understand a lot better. I'm probably gonna have more internal triggers as well. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I'm like an inch away from setting up so the socials has a trigger much like self thing. In fact, I could probably do that right now. Just so at the end of stream, I don't forget to press the button. Or like to write it out, I can just press a button to send the socials. Let's totally not do that right now. Very much has been an art stream, right? Spent like that will be pretty cool to see some of the stuff set up. Right. Oops. Cut. Yeah, I just realized something that might need to change about this coloring, but we'll see if I consider it bad once I've added more stuff. Yeah, I think a brighter orange makes it fix that problem a fair bit. Okay, so how did I do that coloring? So I went blue with that. So maybe like this. Ooh. There we go. What do we think of that for the eyes on the side of it? I kind of like that. I kind of like that. If you're wondering what one fear I had at one stage is when this is a little bit more dulled, and it was only the 3 colors, it really reminded me a little too much of, like, the German flag, and I'm like, that's not where I want to go with this. I just want complementary colors. Okay, those eyes really do grab quite a lot of attention, don't they? How's it going? It's going alright. How's it going for you, Hyper? Hope all is well. Okay. So now that we're done the eyes, now it is actually probably just doing texturing, right? I do still kind of want to do some the eyelashes. Very tentatively work on this bit. Yeah, see, already that gives a little bit more punch as well. I think I might make them a bit larger, though. Finished Resident Evil 0 today. Nice. Hope that's been a good time. There we go. That adds the stuff. Play more Resident Evil games. I mean, that's a good thing to hear, that like after playing one that you're like, I like these, I want more. Right? Or at least that's how I feel. If you've played one game of a franchise and you're like, I want to play more, I feel like that's a really good thing. Or a really bad thing. I don't know. Take your pick. I shouldn't be doing this on this layer. What fucking layer did I do it on? What? Wait, what? Oh, that's why. I didn't delete it off this layer. It's like, what? I thought I ripped... I thought I did a cut, I'm gonna be honest. So confused there for a second. Also, I did see for a split second, and I want to look at this again. Just the eyes. Oh, I really do like those eyes, actually. Oh, that's a dangerous woman. She gonna do very bad things to you guys. Yeah, that's me saying don't stick in. Don't touch it, guys. It's bad for you. Don't stick dick and crazy. Realistically, no, we said earlier that, like, this is going to be a lot more evil and menacing, right? So give me a second. gonna be really hard to pull off what I'm trying to do here. I feel. Trying to make do I have sketch still? Yeah, that line should be. Work with me layers. Zooming in at the chest, are we? Look, there are some times in a man's life where they have to look at the chest. Alright. Not by a physical choice. But because it must be done. This is why I say there's some stuff that I'm like not quite comfortable drawing for certain individuals, and why there are some parts where I'm just like, I don't like this. Okay. So this is gonna look really probably not great until I do way more. Also, I just looked at my hand and I still love. There is a specific callus that I have that shows how much I use like this pen now. Give me a sec. I'll show you on camera because it is actually kind of funny. Give the computer a moment because it's currently like soft crashing because the file is big. Okay. Can you see the callus on my middle finger? In fact, can you see the dent in the side of, like, my finger? That is, in case you're wondering, exactly where I hold my pen. Right. Hold it like that, take it away. You can see the mark. It's really hard to angle this, right? But yeah, that's naileth. God damn it. But yeah, that's where I hold it. You know what? I'm gonna turn the camera on because I actually like the idea of doing like a hand cam for I need to flip the things around. Again, you get to see I am working with a very shitty cheap tablet. Always remember that while I'm doing this. I need it for someone that does this as like one of their primary incomes. It's really funny. Make a lot of paper cutouts for many things like figurines and paper decorations, and my finger has darker skin on my middle finger because if you regularly hold the scissors with it, yeah, that's what I say. Like it's because it's more obvious if I put my two middle fingers together, you can tell immediately which one is the one that holds a pen, right? Yes, I am also just like flipping you guys off. Take it as you will. Gonna be a pain in the ass. I already see it. take that effect away just in case. But yeah, no, I mean, like, I kind of miss the days where I played around with physical things more. Again, I feel like one of the many ways Malith could have gone in his life if, I don't know, better situations were there for it all, was genuinely to get, like, into engineering. 'Cause I fucking love engineering stuff. Ooh, that's not the right brush. I wasn't done. But I'll have a look at this, just to get done. I still have my... Yeah, I see exactly. I mean, it's the same sort of thing, right? Yeah. It's just a slight miscoloration that just kind of happens from thing. Tis very funny. Okay, this is gonna look slightly weird, but I'm sure you guys will understand what I'm doing at some point. Because you might go, wait, weren't you saying that the orb's gonna produce a light source? Yes. It producing a light source does not mean it is the only light source, and it does not mean I can't just add its lighting tinge later. Probably just gonna be easy to do it like this for now. Some erasure. Okay, there we go. Let's say one of my, comfortable military boots. What is it? What's going on? Ah. Ah. What did I do? What did I do? What? What did I do? I'm so confused, chat. What did I do? I get quick spam called from Yawa. I get oi 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 oi, and then that's it. Yawa leaves the. What happened? What did I do? Did you call her? No! Yawa called me! What happened? What did I do? Did you start to hit the dementia age? I have. I'm actually, like, completely on left field of what have I done this time. Look, I accept that, yes, I agree, it's really funny that, how do I start it by going, like, okay, what have I done? But, like, you have to understand, it's a valid assumption at this point. What did I do? So confused. You're acting like you just got smacked at the back of the head on that call? I kinda did. Be gone, unfunny joke. Fair. We're now safe. Yeah, sure. Safe, he says. I could delete messages and bring it back. What did I do? Oh, Fox is upset about the short. Okay. That's fair. Now I understand. That sure is really funny to me, though. Again, the charm of art, or like doing art, is that there is moments where like you kind of just sit there and go, ooh. The cross-eyed fox. Yeah, the googly eyes fox. Again, you can actually see in a very split moment where I'm like, whoops. I do love that. That was really funny. So you do have a reason to ask what you did. Oh look, it's a valid assumption to say that I am... If Yawa is calling me, I have done something wrong. I think that's a fair assumption. Whether or not I agree that it is a wrong thing that I have done, now that's the debate point. I'll accept. Yeah, I was just upset that I made a really nice art of it. No, I can't even say really nice. It could be far better. Yeah, I was just upset I did art of her and I did a funny in it. I'm so confused. Chat, help. I'm being threatened. Hey. Apparently I have to become a pigeon. It's about the best I can do for pigeon noises, right? Probably. Not great with some bird noises. It's been a while. Like, I don't know what's going on, man. I'm along for the ride as well. Being a while, the implications are kind of funny. What do you mean, like, I've talked about how I used to do a lot of voice acting, and surprisingly enough, animal noises are a big part of that. What's my best animal? Don't know. What does the fox say? I'm not gonna do that. Even I don't have enough sanity in the morning for... I would need to be like 2 coffees in before I did that song. What does the fox say? I don't know what I would consider my best animal. What was my best animal at one stage? I don't know, I was just kind of like generally average at a lot of it. It was never one of my better skills of it. Okay, we have an expert here. What
You?
does the fox say?
You? You? Have to
What did I
play
do?
October boyfriends on
What?
stream
What?
while making pigeon noises. Yes.
Why do I have to stream pigeon game while making pigeon noises?
To redeem yourself.
That's under the assumption that I want redemption. Okay, which
Oi?
pigeon game was it that I need to look at? So why pigeon game?
I don't know, I just saw the movie on Twitter. It was quite no, it was quite fluffy. This
I
reminds me
agree.
of pigeons.
It's a very, very cute model, and I 100% agree. I also don't have that kind of money, so I can't sadly enough do that. Bow bow. Is that what the fox says?
No?
I was making animal noises, and then I couldn't remember what the fox said, and then I started making jokes at that song. Oh, that game! Oh, it's been a long time since I played that game.
Yes.
Oh, that's...
You have to redeem yourself. That was all. Bye.
Is that really redemption? Is that really redemption?
Bye. Bye. Kukum. Bye. 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 Oi.
Bye.
Oi. 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 Bye.
Chat. Y'all need to... So you wanna know what game y'all wants me to play? You know what game y'all wants me to play while making pigeon noises? Are you ready? You're not ready. You guys want to do a really dumb stream at some point? You guys want to do a really, really dumb stream at some point? Alright, I'm gonna... Sick. Put that to the side for now. Look, I'm apparently in big trouble and I need to redeem myself by playing bird game and making bird noises. I have played it technically before. That's the best part of the scenario. That's why I'm like, this is even funnier to me. Like, I'll play it. I have no gripe with this. Hey Matthew, how's it going? You just missed me getting threatened by a fox. What game are we talking about? Do you know the game Hearty Old Boyfriend? Hearty Old Boyfriend. Hatoful. Sorry, Hatoful. Hatoful Boyfriend. It's this game. I've been now apparently requested to play it by the Fox as a form of redemption for a very innocent thing I would like to... Of all the things I've ever done, I gotta say, this is a weird one for me to be in trouble for. I have to... I'm just putting that out there. But you know what? Sure, I can organize something. Oops, that was the wrong button. Do we think the loot fight would do this up interestingly? Okay, well, I'll need to I feel like I need more of the light. That's okay. Draw one Among Us in the eye. Well, it's the short that I did, apparently, is the tipping point. The short that has me accidentally making Yawa have funny eye. Here we go. Now, reasonable? Man. Okay, I clearly gotta be careful while doing my art that I can't autopilot just try and do things, because otherwise I'm gonna get in trouble. This is so mean. I can't believe. I can't believe. Is a man not allowed to draw art? Art of his friends. So mean. Just trying my best. Look at him being the victim right now. Damn. Yeah, no. I'll do it. I have no reason not to, other than the fact that it's like $10, but I'll figure that out later. Oh, this is on the wrong layer. Yeah, no. It probably doesn't help that I'm like very barely awake enough to pay attention to what's happening or like going on around me right now. Yeah, this is definitely going to be... I mean, yesterday was a 2 coffee kind of day. I think today might end up being another 2 coffee kind of day. Oh. You know, one thing I have to say that you being here, Matthew, has reminded me is I've not actually been playing around with magic stuff at the moment for a little while. Partly because, obviously, I'm on a bit of a siesta for money, for magic. Magic's just gonna take a while before I can really do much with. And at the moment, I'm kind of more in the mood of, like, upgrading decks than making much more. I did play around with one idea recently, I think, but that's about it. I did like one idea that I saw that made me chuckle, which was water park attractions. That did make me chuckle. I didn't think I built it though, but it was basically utilizing water bending and attractions because you can, they're artifacts, so. Yeah, I've been mainly just playing around with upgrading decks for completing ones, taking some cards out of some stuff that Chilean I was doing some optimization for recently. I'm currently going to probably take out Avon Mind Sensor because it's just too expensive, I think, to run for such a, like, an effect that's not going to really matter in most of my games. I might toss in Kymmetra instead, just because while the lands come in tapped, I get to shred this deck faster, which means I can potentially nudge a couple more lands in there. Because this deck has, like, a handful of tutors in it, right? Obviously I want to put something like Imari's Call in there, but I also do have, what's it name? Starfield Shepherd and stuff like that, right? I think Ranger Captain also goes finds one. Like, I've got that sort of tutoring. Very, very narrow search points, which is most of my deck. Avon Mind Sensor, I just don't feel like it's gonna do enough. It doesn't progress my game plan, it just reduces others. And I'm gonna be honest, 9 times out of 10, this deck is going to come to the problem of it either sinks or it swims. So Avon Mind Sensor is not going to change either of those outcomes. Kymmetra does, right? Or Karametra, sorry. Like, I even played around with, like, should I take out Panamonicon at this point, but, like, after testing this deck a few times physically, so it is missing cards, stuff like this is nuts, right? Like, my bounce effects, because I've got several bounce effects on ETB. And it just starts getting really nutty when you have, like, think of it like this. I could have, like, a little bit of mana open, and a Panamonicon out, and an Ang in my hand, and all of a sudden I can bounce my entire board into exile. Like, it's not all that obscene to do. Because I can bounce Ang and, I can bounce everything but Ang. And there are plenty of ones in here. Specifically, it's the tiger, I believe, right? Yeah, or lion. This one. This can hit itself. 2 mana to bounce it and something else if a Panamonicon's out. And I've got multiple of those sorts of effects, right? That's why it's like, I can't get rid of it, especially now that I've also got something like Starfield Vocalist. I just have more Pan effects. Or Pan effects. So that's why I say, like, I think Avon comes out for Kymmetra. Or Karametra. I don't know what else I really want to do with it. Like, I'm gonna be honest, the only way to improve this deck is to trim out some of the funny cards that I have in here that I don't want to get rid of, like Aunt May. Aunt May is probably one of the easiest removals of this deck. And just put in a little bit more, like, interaction and such. Because you get through this deck pretty quickly. And, like, I could add more characters like Silk That's actually kind of why Karametra was added, is because I'm like, I actually do have a good bit of synergy of just casting creature spells is my way of playing. And Karametra gives me a really good backup as well if Tulane's not available. Because, if I have Beast Whisperer and Karametra out, it's basically a poor man's Tulane. Except arguably better, arguably worse, because it's no longer lands from hand, it's lands from deck, and they come in and tapped. That's why I say it's its own thing. One deck I do want to work on more is this one, because this is one that I've wanted to do for a long time. Which is the Master Multiplied. And just, like, go fucking silly with this. This is what I've got for it currently, but I don't know. I tried to keep it on the cheap side, like easy understand and simple to pilot. Because I do feel like this is a deck that will get very quickly out of hand. And with a 6 mana commander, yes, there is a bunch of mana rocks. Sue me, I feel like that makes a lot of sense in this scenario. Like, when my curve, I believe, is, yeah, like 3.5, and my commander is 6, I feel like in Rakdos, putting in ramp is a solid shout. It seems like an interesting commander. It seems like one that is a hassle at the same time as saying it's interesting. Right? Because you are now going to deal with an aspect that a lot of people don't understand, which is how reflexive triggers work. Because, so again, it's triggered abilities you control can't cause you to sacrifice or exile creature tokens you control. Fun fact, by the way, in the recommended for this guy, is the one enchantment, like the dual enchantment that's like at your, I think, upkeep or instep or something, you sacrifice something. If you sacrifice it, bring something back from the graveyard. Fun fact, that doesn't work with this because it requires the sacrifice to succeed, and that's a triggered ability. It's not an activated ability. So, like, it's terrible in this deck. I don't understand that rationale. But the point is that you have to explain to people that you don't have to constantly be dealing with this effect. The trigger of Myriad is it's exiled at end of combat? Latest Cells has it, right? Yeah, exile the token at end of combat. Once that is triggered once, that is the only time that will ever trigger. So the next turn, if even the master is removed, or masters, and I still have myriad stuff on the board that doesn't happen to be legendary, because we have to take that into consideration, they don't get that trigger anymore, because a reflexive trigger is put onto the thing only once, unless denoted otherwise. Well, I mean, a reflexive trigger is only once. It's a continuous trigger that is otherwise. Yeah, it is EDH, Rick. It's people put it in without understanding. That's, again, why I stress to many people that I chat with, don't just look at, like, the best stuff. It's good. It's good to inform yourself of why is these cards in here, right? Like, why do people want to do that? But, like, this is a card that wasn't recommended. Gaius. Right? Think about this with a Blade of Selves, the Master on the board. Like, I potentially might go into combating enchantment boards. I don't have that many enchantments that, like, I care about long term. Arguably speaking, what? I've got one Saga and then... Yeah! Why the fuck is that not a recommended card? Right? Like, it's this sort of stuff where I'm like, no, people, come on, people. Because I can swing. Okay, let's use an example. I have the Mastered Multiplied. I have Gaius. Gaius has the Blade of Selves on. I bring them in. I can have one sacrifice a token and one sacrifice a non-token. Oh no, I get rid of one of my Gaiuses. And potentially the other Gaius. I still have one more Gaius, and I just made you sack stuff. But yeah, aside from that, because it is a trigger event, I don't care. It's also specifically exile creature tokens, though. Keep that in mind. So if I sack or exile tokens, so it's only one of these it doesn't affect. The other one it does affect. If it's sacrifice creature, if it's, yeah, non-token creature, I still have to sacrifice a non-token creature. It's the tokens, though. Like, I can mess with both players. Because I can just sack stuff that I don't care about because I've already got copies of it. That's why I say, like, this deck gets really nasty for piloting very quickly because of how, like, so minute some of the technicalities are on it. Like, Kadur wasn't a very high up one either, which that surprised me a lot. This isn't one that's, like, highly recommended. This was in the list at a low recommendation last I checked. How would you not want to run that? Like, sure, you myriad it. You only really benefit from one of the triggers, right? Because technically you can't double goad a player. It's also not goad, it specifically says the player is affected by this. Which means that, it's an aura effect that is applied until your next turn. So it is, your creatures are perma-goaded. And it's great, and I love that. And then just, yeah, the attacking creature dies, each opponent loses life and you gain life. It's just gonna get chaotic really quickly. There were some others that were just, like, surprising to not see in the list. And then there were some that I was like, oh yeah, like this one. This was the reason why I even was like, I probably should. So this is, I think, I can't remember if this is the one from the pre-con or not. It might be from the other pack, but it's, when it attacks a player, for each opponent, create a token that's a copy, except it's tapped and attacking, except they aren't legendary, sacrifice them at the end of combat. Whenever it deals damage to a player, that player loses half their life rounded up. I put a Blade of Selves on this. I swing at one person, 2 copies go at other people. Multiply! Like, this is a deck that I wish I could give more, like, universal myriad effects with. I'm not gonna lie. I think I have Mirror March as, like, my most universal token generator. One of the, like, I have 1 or 2 of these sorts of effects. Whenever a non-token creature you control, a non-token creature enters the battlefield under your control, flip a coin. Until you lose a flip. For each flip you win, you make a copy. That gains haste, and then you exile them at the beginning of the end step. I'll play that with the master. Let's go. Imagine I play this first, then I play the master, and then it's like, cool, I'm going to now swing with 4 masters. I'm now going to make 8 tokens. Do you guys have a board wipe? Like, almost all of this deck is just generating stupid amounts of, like, copy tokens that exile and all that. So it's actually, the other point I want to make with this deck works really well, surprisingly, when you consider the fact that, like, I could just not play with the master and this deck would probably function a bit okay. But the fact is that if we include the master, This deck gets really funny. I don't know why in particular I would think that this deck gets really funny. Right? Again, who doesn't look at some of these and go, man, I wish I could put Myriad on them, and just go, yes. Like, even Sauron's in here. Like, the mono black Sauron that's, pretty... It's gonna be my, like, probably my biggest recursion engine. It also is nice because I could choose... I don't have a way of tempting with the ring, admittedly. But, like, if I had a way of attempting with the ring, then, like, Sauron becomes an actual, like, alternative win as well. Sort of. There's a lot of weirdness going with that. But yeah, like, I do have a copy of Electra Duplicates. I was like, ooh, that could be fun. Foggy Swamp Visions. My god, this card's nuts in here. Exile X target creature cards from graveyards. Each creature card you exile this way, create a token copy. At the beginning of your end step, sacrifice those tokens. Don't need to care about that anymore. Like, Foggy Swamp Visions got nuts with this. Especially that the X cost is Waterbend, right? Like, it's pretty good. Yeah, no, just there's some dumb energy in here. Even the Chandra is +1, create a token copy. Here's also another one that's quite interesting. When it enters, return to your hand all creature cards in your graveyard that were put there this turn. Other creatures you control have haste. Like, this deck looks dumb. And I was like, that's funny. This one I've looked at it so much, and there's so many things I could do to it, but I'm not sure yet. Because I want to keep it, bracket 2, right? Like, I want to keep this as a very simple, chill deck. This deck is not, like, there's a lot of things I could do to this deck to bring it up in power. I don't really want to do. So I'm trying to figure out a way to, like, keep its charm going. But also, maybe, help it out. Just a little. I mean, that's why I'm kind of thinking, SGO Command's probably a really good bet in here. Just because I think, at the moment, Fumigate's one of my only mass scale removals. And with only having 2 counterspells in here, you kind of feel like you might need a little bit more. Wizard class makes this deck potentially go a little too strong. Wedding Ring still feels like a correct card to put in here if I'm ever given the chance. I do have the other Coma I could toss in here if I wanted to as well. But I don't know if that's gonna really do enough. But yeah, no, like, one of the cards, like, I thought about, like, I kept thinking about it early on. I was like, I could just toss the Thassa's Oracle in here. This deck would probably be able to make that work really easily. But I was like, I like this deck being bracket 2. I like this deck feeling kind of on the shit side. You're there to draw cards and, like, play your own game, while enabling everyone else to do their own shit. else have I played around with recently? Let's play around with this one. Don't know if I showed this. My mono white super friends I thought about. That very, very easily, with just a handful of things, could potentially make your planeswalkers undamageable. If a source would deal damage to a planeswalker you control, prevent one of that damage. And then there's, I think, a few planeswalkers in here that just, like, prevent all but one of the damage, and then, yeah. This deck potentially might be a little... I don't know. It is still relying on planeswalkers, so... And it's in mono white, so you don't have many things to, like, expedite their, counter generation. Not really got access, to proliferate outside of that Peacekeeper, which I'm probably still not just gonna go buy yet, because it's very expensive. And what else? There's not much proliferate, and there's not much, like, counter doublers. Just straight up in white. So, it has a little bit of weakness on that. But there are many ways to become unkillable with this as well, just because of Gideon's, right? Which one's the Gideon that... Yeah, I think it's this Gideon, right? Gideon in the Trials? Yeah. Gain an emblem. As long as you control a Gideon Planeswalker, you cannot lose the game, and your opponents cannot win the game. Then you get... Deification. Which gives them hexproof. And then you get the... I think it's an Ajani. I almost want to say. Is it you? If a source would deal damage to a planeswalker you control, prevent all but one of that damage. And then mix that with prevent one of that damage. So you put those together. I believe you can stack those the way you want, and that just means that planeswalkers can no longer take damage. And then you make it so they're hexproof, and then it just means that you can't really die. And there's plenty of ways to, like, use Ajanis to get more life and such like that. They do have their own thrumming bird, do they? Oh yeah, I also have, like, as many don't attack my planeswalkers as possible things. Like, this is genuinely the, like, I'm holding up a sign, don't attack me, I'm scared. But also, you can't now kill me. Unless you wipe planeswalkers off the battlefield, which, admittedly, is a lot harder than people think that is. Because not a lot of people run, Planeswalker hate, because nobody fucking plays planeswalkers, because they're bad. More likely, something we'll just casually have Planeswalker hit thing. From color and types. Okay. Might think about that. But anyway, that deck is very much like a bit of a joke post, right? Like, I'm not probably putting that one together anytime this side of the current century. But yeah, no, I have some ideas for some stuff. Okay, I need to do the skirt now. Let's do the shading on the skirt, or I completely forget what I'm doing. This is a different one. So this is gonna be like... I'm gonna have a look. I'll have a look in a quick sec. Let's see if I can finish this up a little bit. Trying to think how I want to do this best, because I feel like I need to be way more rigid with these lines to give off a nice shadow effect. Okay, let's actually just take that approach instead. I'll look at the thing now then. What am I getting? I'm assuming this is what yeah, there's... Okay, I need to hydrate quickly. There we go. Alright. Show off. I'm assuming. Strahd's Fine Vintage. Let's have a squizzy at this, shall we? The Devil's Strahd. Flying. At the beginning of your end step, create a blood token for each player who lost life this turn. Whenever that attacks, you may sacrifice 2 tokens. If you do, you may put a vampire card from your hand onto the battlefield, tapped and attacking against indestructible. Yeah, so there's the one I'm thinking of. Okay. So it is specifically vampires you can put in with it. I'm just double checking. Oh. Yep. No, I agree fully. Wait. Matthew? What is this doing here? Yeah, that makes sense. You know, one card that I would soft suggest looking at this. And it's just because I like the card, not because I think it's good. Yeah, it's this one. So this is Olivia Crimson Bride. Whenever they attack, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped and attacking. And it gains when you don't control a legendary vampire, exile this creature. Hang on a fucking minute. I see another thing in this deck that is making me question mark things. Okay, this card I always love. It's cute with the blood discard. Well, I mean, it's also, not even with the blood discard, it's just soft recursion. You're gonna be able to cheat it out relatively easily. You're gonna be able to probably fill your graveyard with a couple of things. Either with, the discarding or, either with discarding or just with stuff dying, and it becomes quite good. It's always really nice to return something that also has, is a legendary vampire as well with her. So, you know. That's not art. I mean, well, this is, right? Can't blame me for that. I was looking at magic. I'm allowed to look at magic. Yeah, why have you got an exquisite sanguine in here? I feel like that's very unnecessary. Interesting. The Vat of Rebirth. Well, I mean, it's less of like a prefer thing. I would say both, right? Like, that's what I'll always say with stuff is, never think of instead of when I'm saying that. It would probably be in addition. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, if I was controlling this deck, I would take Exquisite and Sanguine out and put in, like, Olivia and another thing. just so openly saying that. But that's because I just don't like that combination of cards. I have one deck I plan to have those two in, and that is it. And that is my Carrick deck that I want to do one day. Yep, that's a good one on this. Runic State. I actually don't feel like Exotic Orchard's that great for you, but that's just a personal feeling. I know you're probably gonna get one of your colors, at least. Why is Boltwave in here? Is it just to tick off the dealing damage to players? Just deal damage. Okay. I'm surprised you don't have the colorless one that does this. Is it Necrosite? Something like that? Is that what I'm thinking of? Necrocyst? No. I'm not gonna be able to find it this way, am I? I know it by the art. This. Nettle-sized. Nettle-cyst. I'm a little surprised you don't have that one in there. If you're gonna run Cranial Ram. In the festivities. Isn't there... There's a spell I have that's like deal 3 damage to all non-vampire creatures. I feel like that would be a toss-in. But also, you're not actually really a vampire deck. So, maybe not. Yeah, I think that's partly why I was suggesting the Olivia, is to like benefit more from the vampire synergy, right? That Devil Stride gives you. The problem I don't even 11 vampires, including the commander. Yeah, that's kind of my thought, right? It's like, I know you've not got many. You've actually got arguably more humans, I believe. And probably then more demons. That's a cool art for that card. I kind of want to get one of those. And I got 8 humans. Okay, the fact is, though, it's like you've got that big a split. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. It just means that you're not benefiting as much from the attack trigger, which is fine. You don't have to, but it's definitely something to keep in mind. It's like you could benefit more from it, right? That's why I was saying the Olivia's kind of nice, because you could cheat out the Olivia. While you won't get her attack trigger to recur something, it does become still a thing to get. That's quite nice. I mean, there's also that, is it, I think there's a creature that's like at your upkeep, everyone sacks a non-vampire. That might not be a bad one either. But then again, that's moving much more into that vampire synergy, which is not necessarily what we want. I can still sack blood even if nothing comes out of it for nice something. Yeah, like again, the deck's very clearly not a vampire deck. I'm agreeing with you on that, right? I'm just like benefiting as much from it as possible would never be a bad shout. But also, if it's not like the core strategy that the command is trying to accomplish, then it doesn't really matter, right? You're trying to make blood tokens and play around blood tokens. Oh, there's an artifact! Something, is it Glass Heart? I don't know if you've got that one. Glass Cast Heart. This might not be a bad one. This would be really nice in there, actually. Alright? It'd be a very easy condition to meet with your deck. It's just attack with 1 or more vampires. And you can also just a black and 1 life to create a vampire with lifelink. That's probably one of my bigger like actual suggestions outside of the Olivia. Like, irregardless of if you're going vampires or not, this gives you more blood tokens. And it just works to the strategy that you're already doing, so. It also gives you, like, an emergency button, potentially, with the 2 black sacrifice this and 13 blood tokens. Each opponent loses 13 and you gain 13. Yes, Edgar Markov. You're not running a vampire deck without Edgar Markov as the commander. What are you doing? Because, yeah, like, by that argument, a Gene could also go into the deck if it's not already in there, right? I'm pretty sure it wasn't, yeah. Like, RNG, sorry. That would probably go in there if you were going more vampires. Right, because it's whenever this, and or one or more, Jesus, the wording on this. Whenever this and/or one or more other vampires enter the battlefield under your control, create a blood token. Then you can sacrifice another creature or a blood token, each opponent loses 2 life, and you gain 2 life for just 2 mana, and that's not even a tap, right? So that's like, if you're going more vampire, a Gene probably goes in there. If you're not, Glasscaster is still nice. To be fair, I have Evelyn here. I actually have this card. I'm very considering trying to build a deck with her. Because I bought her for 2 reasons, right? Now, technically a third, but as I bought her because if they were going to change hybrid mana, I was putting this in the Edgar Markov deck. If they don't, I'm tempted to build this as a mono black deck. And no matter what, I'm not building another Grixis deck. So I'm wondering if I build this as like a Rakdos or a mono black deck. Because this is just funny. It's whenever this or another vampire enters the battlefield under my control, exile the top card of each player's library with a collection counter on it. Once each turn, you may play a card from exile with a collection counter on it if it was exiled by an ability you controlled, and you may spend mana as though it were any color to cast it. Which is the weirdest way of basically saying, hey, do you want Gonti, like, you want to have that Gonti effect where basically you exiled it so therefore you can cast it at any time, but us not being willing to add that statement yet? But yeah. I do feel that the Sanguine Exquisite's like very unnecessarily potent in this deck, right? I feel like that just raises the power level of the deck's expectation more than actually do something with it. Personally speaking, I want to stress that. That's why I say, like, I personally don't like adding those sorts of effects to the game, because it's basically like your peak is much higher than your lowest point now. So you've created a much wider range in what your deck could accomplish. Because your deck could just hit a really good curve and be able to put Exquisite and Sanguine out really early, and then you just bolt wave. And you're like, cool, is there any responses? And everyone just starts scooping. That's my soft statement on that stuff. I'm not saying you can't do it. Again, if you really feel like you want to do it, go for it. Can't stop you on that. That's just my, like, soft sort of... I like not having those sorts of combos and decks now, because it keeps that power level lower, and it means that the deck plays more consistently along a specific idea. Because I know even if you discard Sanguine Burn or Exquisite Blood, you're gonna get like an eye immediately raised of like, you've got that in that deck? Cool. I'm gonna now have to play around the fact that you might just have that combo available. Like, you're gonna pull out a Blood and Marauder or something like that and just do the combo anyway. Blood something Marauder? I can't remember which one it is. That's the one where it's like you gain life, you deal 1 damage. That's like the easy standard way of doing it with that and Bloodthirsty. I know that because that's the deck that I played when Aether Drift came out. Like, and that's when I was actually playing standard more on the arena. Bloodthirsty Conqueror. No. The other one. It's not Conqueror, it's Marauder I'm talking about. I could probably actually find it from Bloodthirsty. It's a blood. Okay, so we'll just use Bloodthirsty Conqueror to find it. Marauding Blight Priest. Sorry, there we go. Marauding Blight Priest. Marauding Blight Priest is the one I'm thinking of. Whenever you gain life, each opponent loses 1 life. So like, if you're wanting to lean more into that, that should go in the deck. Because then it's just, again, like, there are many ways to do that combo in vampires, especially outside of the enchantment. It's how... That's why I say, like, if you want to do it, go for it, but you gotta lean into it more. Whereas I don't like it. Again, there's a reason why there's one deck I want to do it with. Which is my Keurig deck. And that's because that deck I kind of want to make nuts. Do I have my Keurig deck in here? Yeah, all pain, all gain. Bracket 4. Keurig, Bowler Citadel, Bontus, and like Veto and stuff like that. Because then that way I can put Exquisite, Sanguine in here, and it's just a soft win con alongside all of the other stuff I have. And I have so many tutors and so many ways to just go through my deck. I mean, hell, Doomsday Excruciator, right? Let's go fun. Yeah, like, there's nothing wrong with keeping in one side of that thing, right? Where it's like, you can have Exquisite Blood in there and Bloodthirsty Conqueror, and that's fine. And I more or less agree with that because, like you said, you've got a burn deck. It's not against benefiting from the burn. But that's why I say, like, that's probably reasonable. Just be careful the expectations that are immediately put forward by other players when that happens. Like, you need to know if you're playing one of those or make it obvious that you've got one of those coming down. You have just made yourself a hell of a target. But yeah, this deck is all about, like, paying life and trying to go low with life to do stupid things. I think there's something in here, and I'm not sure which one it is, that means that I'm allowed to spend generic mana as life, spend life as generic mana? I don't remember which one it was. Yeah, this one. Kind of, technically. I can pay 3 life to make any mana. So I can pay 2 fire, like, well, Keurig's down. I can pay 3 life for generic and 2 life for normal. With Excessive Blood, knowing I have the combo or not. Yeah. That's why I say, like, it's a card that I don't often like adding or like that kind of sort of thing, I don't like adding now because of that mentality. And it's something that I definitely felt with time go on more, that like early on I was like, oh, that's really cool. I like the idea of combos like that. But keep in mind, I come from a game background of a lot of the card games I played the most, like Hearthstone. There were some of my favorite combos required me to either be out of cards in my deck to even accomplish, or I needed to do so many stages of setup, but I didn't care if the setup had been removed. I stress the two cards I probably enjoyed the most in Hearthstone are Shudderwalk which again, this is a card that like you could never do in Magic. How easy is it to see the card? It's not really easy, is it? Yeah. So this is Shudderwalk, right? This is like the card that I loved. Which is a 9 mana 6/6 battle cry. Repeat all other battle cries from cards you've played this game. Tigers chosen randomly. What you would do with this card, keep in mind it's technically got a soft cap on how many battle cries for coding reasons. I think it's like, is it 30 individual specifically triggered by Shudderwalk? If there's other effects that trigger like additional effects off of those, that's not counted on the stacking of it, right? This cannot trigger itself either, right? So if I play Shudderwalk and then I try and play another Shudderwalk afterwards, it won't trigger a Shudderwalk. However, keep in mind, unlike Magic, there is no responding. And once I play this, right? Only 30. Keep in mind there's only 30 cards in a deck. And you can only run one copy of each legendary in a deck. You can run 2 copies of any other card and only 1 copy of a legendary. Legendaries, so again, denoted by that little orange thing there. Legendaries don't have like a legend rule, by the way, in this. You can have as many on the board as you want. So what you would do is 2 of the main battle cries you would run with this are Sarah Knight Chain Gang. I'm pretty sure that's not right how it's spelled. Sarah Knight Chain Gang. There we go. Santa Knight Chain Gang. Hell yeah. So this is one of the main ones. There's a lot of other ones like this. This has been nerfed drastically. As you can see here, is like it's been reworked many a times. How this worked is basically it's taunt. It has taunt, then battle cry. Summon a copy of this minion. Oh, they changed it again really recently, huh? Because I know they unnerfed it, yeah, back then. Then it was Draenei, and then they probably nerfed it because of, Valen. Valen? Point is, Battlecry summon a copy of this, is what it used to read. Battlecry, repeat all the battle cries. When it says summon a copy of this, it means to summon a copy of Shudderwalk. And then you get, oh, what is his name? I just remember his dialogue. I know he's an elemental 6 mana 7/7. Rumble. What is it? Point is, there's another card that has Battle Cry, return all other minions to your hand. They cost 1. So what you would do is you would duplicate as many Shadow Walks as you could. Now, keep in mind, this is all random order. There's ways to get around that problem, but the idea was that you would summon, you would summon multiple copies of Shadow Walk, bounce them all to your hand, they're now 1 mana, and then add any other battle cry to that mix that you want. One of the short examples is is this dumb fly. Is it like not Drain Soul? Not Fly Off the Shelves. There was a card that has Battle Cry, deal 3 damage, gain 3 life. Cool. With 3 Battle Cries, technically, I have now made it so I can infinitely kill you in a turn, potentially. Especially with more modern updates to the game. Now, again, Sarah Knight's not the only one that does this. There are so many others that now make duplicates. And then there's ways to make Shadow Walk repeat all of its own battle cries again. Duplicating itself over and over again. And then there's ways to duplicate Shadow Walk. Like, there's so many things at this point. The point is, Shadow Walk was a really fun one because it meant that you played this game of inevitability tempo. I'm gonna keep playing my stuff. I'm gonna keep trying to do take game actions. To keep the game progressing and not dying and get to my win condition. Now, I want to stress, if you're playing that deck and your Shadow Walk got, like, destroyed from your hand or destroyed from your deck or something like that, you concede it on the spot. That is how it played. And that was fine. Because then you would build a little bit of soft protection around that, but that was about it. You never really cared. There are better combos that I did with Shadow Walk that are much more fun as well. One of the ones I loved doing was one that basically, I cannot explain it because it is so complex, but there was a card that basically meant that your battle cries cost 1 mana, but they die after they trigger their battle cry, and you would just spam out so much stuff that you would deal more than enough lethal damage in a turn. Now, so that was one of my favorite win conditions. My most favorite, and much harder to accomplish though, is Mechathune. Welcome to what I personally believe, if you made something like this in Magic, I would play it so much. So Mechathune is a 10 mana 10/10 mech that reads Death Rattle, so this triggers when it dies. If you have no cards in your deck, in your hand, and on your battlefield, destroy the enemy hero. So when this dies, if you have no other cards in the game, you win the game. Now, you might sit there and go, well, that seems really cool. Again, you now need to rush to getting through your entire deck, play all of your cards, and survive until you can put this down somehow. There are plenty of ways to do it, and really fun ways to do it. One of the most consistent ways at one stage was with a card called Cataclysm. Which I believe is still in the game. I think it got nerfed though. Is it not Cataclysm? There's a card that just It's like it one-shots, it kills everything on the board and discards your hand at the same time. However, I believe it's been nerfed to only discarding... Yeah, here it is. Yeah, so this was the nerf that they made to it. So it used to be 4 mana. Now it is 5 mana and it destroys all minions but only discards 2 cards. So you don't wipe your hand, guaranteed. That video of some magic cards. I don't know about sharing it on stream though. You can certainly see my foot. Okay, I mean I can watch it separately. Let's have a look.
Cat. Since you're talking about magic, by the way, also, like, I literally just woke up a little bit ago, so This is my Pikachu page, by the way. Look at my Pikachus. Look at my Pikachus. Babies.
Hell yeah.
Babies. I'm not gonna be able to talk a whole lot about the cards because I honestly don't know anything about them.
Oh, you don't ever worry about, like, again, I want to stress, you're hearing me talk a lot of words about cards. Realize I'm an outlier. I know way too much about the game, right? But it is, I love myself convoluted win conditions that require creative means to accomplish.
I picked them up specifically because I was like, ooh, don't show my feet.
Yeah.
Specifically for the D&D ones.
Yeah, the D&D arts
I really
are
like
cool.
the
I like
art,
the. Yeah.
and that's why I picked them up.
I also agree. I love those arts.
Yeah. And then I have some in top loaders. Oh, don't look at that. I used to collect squishmallows.
Let's see. What have you got?
I put this one in there because I was like, this is really pretty. I really, really like this one. I think it was
Eliwick.
also worth.
Eliwick Tumblestrom. Oh lord, it's that one. Yeah. Not a bad card, but it's definitely a funny planeswalker.
Some money, but I don't really remember. It's been so long.
That's the +1 venture. Treasure chest. Yeah.
I don't remember why I put that one in there.
Delver's Torch.
I can't
is
tell
a
you
fun
about this one either. Skeletons. Like, I'm pretty sure this is just like what I have at the front of the magic section. So I don't know.
Spear dagger. Wish.
I think again that one.
I'm still so sad Wish doesn't work in Commander. By accordance to its own rules. By the rules of current Magic the Gathering Commander, you are not allowed to bring cards from outside of the game into the game in Commander, specifically against Race.
One was like, it's really pretty. I like that.
No, Bug was not into Magic, but has Magic cards. Which is very fair. A lot of venture into the dungeon ones, though, probably because of getting the D&D sets.
Anyways,
and
yeah, you were talking about magic, and I was like, I should show off my card.
Along with learn, yeah, there's certain mechanics that they should just work. I stand by, if someone in my Magic games tells me that they're going to play with cards outside of the game because some of those things are just play it. I don't care. No, you know, there's a deck that I have that's got some of those sorts of cards in it. Where is it? Childhood Adventures. This is a bunch of venture into the dungeon mechanics. Even has, like, Delver's Torch and stuff like that you were showing. Because this is the one that uses the Final Fantasy 1, like, scene box cards. with the Destined Warrior, the Destined Black Mage, the Destined Thief, and the Destined White Mage. But yeah, there's your Delver's Torch. Nice equipment. It's not a phenomenal deck because it is mixing together some bad mechanics, but I don't care because it's funny. And that's what's important. Get ready for work, but have a good rest of stream. Maybe you can teach me more about Magic later. Oh, look, it's probably best, and I'll stand by this. Ever ask me questions about Magic, go for it. Just understand I know way too much about mechanics that do not matter in 90% of games. Because I'm that much of a giant nerd. Again, all I'll say is layers. I know way too much about the layers, and I need help. But yeah, I have fun with work. Have a good one. Try not to strangle anyone. That's a good way of trying to go to work, right? Nerd. Yep. Oh yeah. I fully acknowledge. Smell you later, nerd. Have a good one. Actually, that's a question for Matthew now. Matthew, who do you think's a bigger nerd about Magic now? Specifically gameplay-wise. Me or you? Is it an ability and not a cast? Okay, I'll give you that. But that's just because also ninjutsu's so bad. I thought it was a cast because that makes it arguably better. Didn't realize it was an activated ability that is activated from hand. So bad. But yeah, I don't know now. I feel like I know like a lot of random stuff now about gameplay specifically. Again, I know you know way more about the lore than I do. I will always concede that I don't know very well. Still say you, but it's close. I wouldn't disagree with that. Like, there's so many niche case things. No card design and lore. That's why I say, like, I know you have a way better understanding of lore and a lot of that sort of stuff. When it comes to the cards in the game, mechanics and stuff like that, that's where I know I'm doing pretty well with now. Like, mechanical, that's why I say, like, specifically the gameplay itself, I'm feeling like I'm pretty good at now. Because I know really dumb stuff. That's why I say, like, layers is all I'll leave it at, is the fact that I understand the layers to the extent that I do is both a blessing and a curse. Like, if you asked me anything about, like, War of the Spark or anything, I'm just gonna look at you and go, like, I'm pretty sure Urza killed people. And, is War of the Spark the one with Nicobolus? That should probably tell you everything you need to know about this situation, I'll be honest. The fact that I'm like, I'm not even sure I know which was the villain. Was that the Phyrexian one, or was that the Bolus one? You'd be wrong with the Urza statement. That's fair. Well, all I can say is that Urza did some messed up things at some point. The Bolas invasion into Ravnica. Okay. The fact that I didn't know which thing it was should tell you exactly the point that I'm making, though, right? Like, lore-wise, I know baby levels. Gameplay-wise, though, I know scary amounts. Like, individual cards, random things like that. Urza's long dead before that war? Ah, okay. I mean, good riddance, but, you know. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. I don't know there's gonna be anyone that's upset by hearing Urza's fucking dead at some point. He was an asshole. And not even like a good asshole. He was just an asshole. Here's the literal definition of the means justify the end, even if the means are actual, like, committing genocidal war crimes. What happens if a mutated god loses its creature states? You really wanted to test the layers. Okay, my question becomes who's on top? Is it mutated onto the god? Or is like who's on the top of the mutate stack? Because I know that matters. Because I believe if it's the god is the bottom, I believe it still let's see, can't beats can, doesn't it, in that case? I don't remember when things are applied. Should backwards read, right? Or it should forward read. It's one of the few times layers forward read is ability altering. Because if we're using that example, so the Throws Gods, it's world devotion, or it is not a creature, it specifies, which means it should not be a creature. I don't remember if it disconnects or not. No, it doesn't, right? Pretty sure it shouldn't be a creature. What is it then if it's not a creature? It's a nothing, isn't it? I believe it's just a permanent. If it's the Theros god underneath, it should just be a permanent. Now, again, that is one of those times where that is the biggest part that changes between the Theros god being on the top and being on the bottom, because if it is on the top, it becomes an enchantment. If it is not the primary mutate, it loses everything. Yeah, so it is just a permanent. It's not a permanent of a type. It is a permanent. It is a... So you do gain all of the benefits from it, still, as an aura effect. It is basically as if it was an enchantment, but it cannot be targeted by anything that does not denote permanent targeting. Can still be targeted, though. Keep that in mind. Though... I'm trying to remember, most of the Thrasos gods have fucking indestructible anyway. So, unless you've got exile target permanent... I guess exile target non-land permanent it happens, but you can't farewell it. You can't farewell at all any of it because the entire mutate stack is of one game piece when considered. Right? Pretty sure. That's why, technically speaking, fun fact to the thing, if you mutate on your commander, you can... Oh, but the Phyrexian Helioid have indestructible... Ah, okay. No, because I remember one thing, because I remember this was a thought experiment I listened to. If you mutate onto your commander, you can have the card, instead of hitting the graveyard, hit the command zone instead, because it is a redirect state of upon entry, and before it's fully hit the graveyard, it is not disconnected. You can have cards hit the command zone that aren't your commander. However, the rules dictate you can only cast your commander from the command zone, so everything gets stuck in a state of limbo, where it is not exiled, it is not anything. They are just in the command zone. Floating in the ether. Mutate is one of the most complex mechanics ever devised, and it shows. Like, it is by far one of the most, like, unintuitive and disgusting mechanics out there. I fucking love it. It's weird, I don't know what more cards are. I mean, mutate was teased in an unset, and they should tell you everything. Yeah, it really should. To be fair, some cards have come out of unsets as, like, phenomenal things. Tell me, there, Matthew, to test your own knowledge, what is a mono-black card, instant speed, 3 mana, that came from an unset that became a staple in almost all formats that could play it? Especially at higher levels, for example, in Commander with CEDH. It is a extremely prevalent card. The name of the card is 3 words. I'll give you all of those details. And it was an uncard originally. That should be an easy one. Especially with me giving you the number of things in it. Oh, have I stumped you with this? There's no way I stumped you with it, right? I'd be mildly impressed with myself if I managed to stump you with that one. I never look at unsets. Yeah, that's why I was using an uncard that's become like infamous external to unsets. And that's why I'm like a little surprised you don't know which one it is. I'm pretty sure I even know you've played it in decks. Hell, it was recently printed in a pre-con even. Quotation marks recently, in the last year, I think? Doomsday? No. 3 mana. Mono black, instant, speed. And it has 3 words as its name. Do you want me to show you? This was an uncard first. Saw in half. Destroy target creature. That creature dies this way. The controller creates 2 more tokens that are copies of the creature, except they have base power and is half, and their creature is that of the power and toughness of the thing. Blah blah blah. Round up each time. Saw in half was an uncard. You wouldn't believe it. Yeah. Welcome to probably one of the more famous uncards in my eyes. Uncard status is debatable. There's plenty of uncards that are legal in Commander, specifically. I'm not disputing that. And I somewhat agree with your sentiment that you're putting forward there. Like, I do. But it doesn't stop the case that it is true. There you go. It was reprinted in Bloomborough and the Squirrel Array Precon. Yep. I think it also got reprinted again recently. if I remember correctly. So it is considered a commander staple. Again, if you look at CEDH, it is regularly played in any deck that can really play it, because it is phenomenal when you're trying to do a weird combo. It's one of the weirdest protection spells there is in the game, but also one of the weirdest combo spells in the game. It enables things that nothing else does like it. Also in the Deadpool secret lair. Yep, I was going to give that hint in a moment as well. That was going to be one of the next hints I gave. If I didn't just, like, straight out say it, because I think it was just going to take too long if otherwise. No, it's a really good card. Ooh. What have I done? No, close you. We don't need you. Suddenly hornier? Yeah, suddenly. When the horny strikes. Can be quite sudden when it does happen. Much like Yawa, you never know when it's about to strike. Then all of a sudden you get told that you have to go play a bird dating game. As recompense for trying to do something cool and funny. How dare I? I guess a little update of the sign as I got getting all the creature and got all the artifacts and enchantments. Now I just added the Scourge Rockers now. Noise. No, I'm glad to hear that that deck's coming along, because that one I'm actually, like, really interested in. Because it's really... Again, I like that you've got a tribal synergy, but also not just the normal tribal synergy. Right? Like, I really cannot stress enough how much I've come to, like, be very hipster-esque energy in Magic now. Not for the better. I'm gonna say that, by the way. In case anyone goes like, oh, well, that's a good thing. It's not. It's really annoying. But it means that I'm more interested in, like, non-standard attempts to utilize mechanics. Again, I like building my decks around mechanics more than anything nowadays, right? Or especially for the beginning. That's kind of what I did from my days when I played Hearthstone. So I would build around a concept, a mechanic, more than I would do a tribal type. The only time I did a tribal type was pirates, and that's because that was a mechanic argument as well, still. So me like silly stuff. I'm glad I feel confident enough with Magic now, though, that I can actually start building the silly decks that I kind of always wanted to build. Where it's like, I'm going to utilize a mechanic in a way that it's either not intended to, or it's because it's a bad mechanic and nobody wants to play with it. I say that all while still trying to dodge fact or fiction mechanic, because god, I hate that mechanic. But I do feel like I kind of owe to make a deck for it at one point. If I ever get my hands on the toy maker, I will make the deck, but god, I don't want to do it. Look, I love Doctor Who, but why do they have to add one of my fucking most hated mechanics to such a cool character? What's my silliest deck? Probably my Zhao deck, honestly. That deck is held together, like, okay, it's one of two decks. It's either my vanilla deck or my Zhao deck, right? Because the Zhao deck is held together with prayer. At this point. It is not a good deck. It is a deck I threw together because I was like, I want to make a deck with Zhao. That was literally it. It was no grander rationale. And now it's getting updated little by little to not being complete garbage. Where I'm now making it a hate non-basic land. That's kind of where that stands at the moment. Other than that, it's probably my, like, draw deck. I can still have access to people on the rig, just can't really play games. Oh, at least that's something. So it's not gonna isolate you completely. That was something that was important. Yeah. So I didn't want you going and isolating. I'm trying to think of anything else I have that would be considered a silly deck. Because, like, the only other deck I have that's technically supposed to be, quotation marks, silly is Kefka, but we all know that that turned to no longer being silly a long time ago. That doesn't 100% understand the thing. Yeah, so the two decks I would consider silliest the most that I really have are my vanilla deck or my Zhao deck. The Zhao deck, I've literally seen a person that has barely played Magic play it, and he did fine. The Magic is God Intended deck, that's a funny deck in my eyes. Why? Because it's actively bad. Because the rule I put forward was the most complex mechanic going into it was multi-kicker. Self-figure thing. Can't game/watch as much of anything, unless it's via phone. I mean, you just get a stream deck at that point, right? A Steam Deck thing? It's always an answer. If that's a possibility. Silly are all war crimes. Exactly, that's the problem, right? Is that it is a deck that is silly. It's silly because it's actually awful. I think I've shown, like, the more recent versions of it, right? Where it went full. Like, the only upgrades I have left for it is just actually foul. And why I don't want to upgrade the deck anymore. But I will upgrade the deck at some point. Like, I will. I love the deck a lot. I just know I can't play it. But yeah, like the only upgrades at Vampiric Tutor, Rhystic Study, Reanimate, and Orcish Bowmaster. We all know Kevska's version. Well, I mean, it's both the deck and the character. That's the charm. Is the deck is as in character as I can get by like, no, this is actual evil. Also, I love that, like, most of the cost of this deck is just in the lands. To be fair, there are some spanny lands in here. The most Kefka deck? Exactly. It doesn't win, per se, but it does make everyone at the table want to kill you. It is funny as well that, like, I could add more flicker effects to this. I could probably, because I have a Displacer Kitten sitting somewhere. I just want to save that for my Iroh deck, because I wanted to put Displacer Kitten in Iroh. But if I put Displacer Kitten in this deck, good god. I would actually just not... Nah. Even I have limits, right? I may have made the accurate representation of democracy and communism. Yep. Yeah. I don't know what else I could do. Okay. Let's be awful for a moment. Matthew, if you were to upgrade this deck, what would you suggest? Keeping in mind, anything that's marked purple on these corners is already, like, this is getting removed and pretty much guaranteed removed for one of these cards over here. I believe there's only 3 that are marked and I have 4 cards there. I'll figure it out. Like, I could argue Wild Ricochet comes out for Flare of Duplication, arguably. I could probably put in some of the other counterspells, like Fierce Guardianship and such. Force of Negation. Should I look the deck list and show off? Sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure somewhere deep buried in... Is it buried in show off? No. I'll post a link to my Architect in general. Because I feel like it is a... Well, I mean, it's not hard to find me, technically. But... I'll put this in show off as well. And just pin it. So people know where my decks are. Like, Monument to Endurance could go into this, I guess. I could probably take out the Planeswalkers very easily. Maybe keeping in the Liliana. Like, not going full CEDH as well with the deck. That's the keep in mind, is like, if at most this deck will ever just be 4. Because you can animate from other graveyards. I mean, that's why, again, maybe board at the moment is Orcish Bowmaster, Reanimate, Ristic Study, Vampiric Tutor. Right? So, like, there's the enchantment, I can't remember its name. The one that has to have, like, the most obscene rules text paragraph on it because it is so convoluted. The Aura one. That's arguably something that could go in there. I'm blanking on its name, though. Animate Dead? I think it's Animate Dead. Ugh. I could probably take out Limbalm. There's also other lands I probably should just take out because they come in tapped and they're bad. Animate Dead? Yeah. Like, Vector can probably come out, for God's sakes. This land enters tapped, no conditional, just comes in tapped. Fuck this. It's terrible. Great Heavens is nutty. Sulfur Islands is fine. Crumbling Necropolis could probably come out as well. But that's like starting to get real nitpicky. Ugh. But yeah, like, Displace a Kitten could probably go in there pretty easily. Sangromancer, yeah, no, I agree with you on that. Sangromancer doesn't have, like, huge power point. To be fair, it has won me a couple games. With this deck. 2 games, and like genuinely 2 games I would not have won if I had not had Sangromancer. But there's an argument to be said that I would have also probably won better if I had a better card there, right? That was before I had like Wishclaw in there, Soul Ring in there, fetch lands in there, stuff like that. So the decks, again, why Vampiric Tutor I kind of want to put in there and Ristic is because I want to be able to get through the deck faster. I don't agree with the bolus. Yeah, no, again, like, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, I could argue both Planeswalkers could come out, but, like, Liliana has a little bit of a better argument. Right? Because, like, even her +1's okay. Her -3's okay. Her -8's really good in this deck. But Bolus is there for a shitpost. again, it's a villain's deck, right? Same with like Sauron and Nekasar being in there. And Garland. And Gandalf. And Velvagoth. And Sheoldred. Like, I could also put more wheels in, right? But also most other wheels cost a fucking arm and a leg in terms of money. Like, I actually don't have that much fast mana in here, ironically, for a deck that's this powerful. Which again is why I say, like, I don't like the idea of pushing this too far, but I know it's already too far. More ramp? How so? What ramp would you say? Because like when you're in Grixis, you're stuck to artifact, and I do have 5 mana rocks out of my 8 artifacts. I also do have Waste Not to generate me sub mana. It's very. I've also got Warring Triad technically as well. We do have a Mana Geyser in there. We have a lot of, we also have a Darkness of Eternity, which is the Dark Ritual. So we do have, like, mana's not something I'm as scared with the ramp. Because when you're in Grixis, you're not looking for ramp, you're looking for rituals. Right? Like, I've got Kefka down on turn 3 a few times. Yeah, I think turn 3 is the fastest that I can get it down in this deck. Maybe not ramp then. Yeah, like, I don't think this deck needs more ramp. Again, Warring Triad, Mana Geyser. We have our mana for burst turns with the Mana Geyser and the Ritual. Warring Triad is another mana rock, technically, in this deck. I think Command Sphere goes too expensive for what I get out of it. Like, Midnight Clock is one that I could definitely consider taking out for something better. But, like, it's 3 mana, comes in untapped, and then I also get to reset a little bit. I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever seen the Midnight Clock trigger in this deck, though. So, there's a whole argument right there of probably should just come out. Or a better mana rock. Don't know what mana rock I'd want. Honestly, I hate to say it, fucking soulstone maybe. Soulstone would probably be quite good in this deck. I don't create enough tokens, I feel, though. I'd be probably sacking a lot of my own board to it. What's the wording on Soulstone again? Exile a creature you control. Oh, it's just exile 1? I thought it was a few more than 1. Okay. Magus of the Will and Rune Grinder. Yes, but I would prefer them in other decks already. And I don't remember seeing copies of it online when I last checked. Oh, I just realized something. And call me dumb as hell for this, by the way. I just realized that it's an Infinity Stone artifact type. Yeah, no, there's gonna be a tutor. Thanos is gonna tutor for Soul Stones. Or, like, Infinity Stones. Okay, cool. That answers that. I didn't realize that it had Infinity Stone as a typing. That's on me being dumb. All the times I complained about it, and I didn't even notice its tagline. But you see what I mean with, like, there's not really much room for that deck to go outside of, like, basically making it fucking foul. Right? Gonna be Thanos at the Gauntlet, yeah. No, it's gonna 100% be something like that. Oh yeah, we haven't heard if there's like, there's gotta be one coming out with the next Marvel set, right? Is Stormcreep feral for laughing, for the Omen? Let's see. Stormcreep feral. It's got a card. If you do, draw 2 at sorcery speed. That's my problem with that one. Because we have some effects like that in there, but most of them I've tried to keep at instant speed. But replacing and going +1 in hand isn't a bad shout. Probably a good idea. Could add more of those effects in there. Go back to your deck, but I don't know if I really benefit a lot from the return to deck aspect of it, right? That's something I'd add. Yeah, no, I mean, that's fair. Again, that's what I'm asking, right? So I am asking what you would add, given the context of what the deck's trying to do. I don't, like, again, that's why I say I don't disagree with it at all. It's also not like a high power card. Again, there's a part of me that's like, well, it's also not just me adding another fucking game changer to the list of cards, right? Because that is also a very valid criticism of this deck now. Is that, like, what are most of the upgrades you want to add? Game changes. Because what? Vampiric, Ristic, and Orcish are all game changes, I'm pretty sure, right? Like, literally, Reanimate is the only one that's not a game changer. It honestly could just about be if it wasn't for the fact that there's been so many reprints of that style of card. You know, something that I saw that was really funny the other day was that someone tried to argue to me that Rise of the Dark Realms should be a game changer. And I want to stress, the rationale they had wasn't wrong, but I think it was really overvaluing what Rise of the Dark Realms does. Would switch out for Laughing Mad if you don't mind switching colors as Frantic Search. Yeah, it's literally I don't have enough copies of Frantic Search is the only reason it didn't go in. I'm gonna be honest. I have 2 copies of Frantic Search. That's legitimately the only reason it didn't go in. And I would prefer it in the other 2 decks that I've got at the moment for it, right? Okay, there we go. Rise of the Dark Realms just gives you everything from the graveyard at the cost of 9 mana. I don't really see it as a game changer. So, the rationale I have for what a game changer is, right, is that a game changer either alters how you would build a deck in such a substantial way, or it alters how another player would interact with their own deck in a substantial way. I think these are very valid ways to consider what a game changer should be kind of seen as. Now, technically speaking, you could make an argument with those considerations being the case that something like Rise of the Dark Realms does actually meet those conditions. But, unlike the other really expensive cards on the Game Changers list, it doesn't win the game on the spot. Not as a guarantee. Right? And because of that is why I disagreed with the person. But I appreciate that they did use my own argument as a counterpoint. But yeah, no, it's like, whereas like Biorhythm, it takes very little effort for that to just kind of win the game on the spot when you can cast that mana. Coalition Victory, same argument, right? If that sort of spell isn't getting countered, there's a good chance you probably win. But yeah, that's why, like, I do dislike that there is a lot of people that do misrepresent what a game changer is, or what should and shouldn't be banned. Like, I've seen cards that is like, oh, this should be banned. It's like, why? And I just can't find where they're coming from with it. I'd also argue that you are making an everyone mill or discard kind of deck, and even then it's not 100% include due to the high CMC. Also, by also adding to that, if you're making a high end discard and mill deck, right? Like if you're making a deck with Rise of the Dark Realms in mind, you're not also got a guarantee of being able to not mill your own Rise of the Dark Realms and potentially lose that as well, right? Like, unlike with the biorhythm, you can tutor for it much easier and just not have it go away, because it doesn't change anything if you board wipe. Whereas, like, if you board wipe and then go Rise of the Dark Realms, that's great, but if you do a mill package with it, you kind of fuck yourself. And that way, it shouldn't be a game changer. Yeah, like, it's one of those ones where I'm like, I see where they were coming from, but also I feel like you've misrepresented some parts of it. And that's fine. But it's, like I said, I appreciated that they tried to use my own, argument as to what was the actual, like, rationale. And also, I will, like, kind of give a little bit of consideration to wizards here. They are trying to not have the list too long. Right? The stupid card that should be banned reminds me of something I saw on YouTube with an LGS own ban list. LGS having its own ban list, huh? That's questionable at best. Yeah, I don't think I'd be happy with an LGS telling me, hey, these cards are banned. I'm gonna be honest. It's like, why? Oh, it makes for, like, better games, is probably be my first immediate thought of, like, what they'd argue, and it's like, yeah, but, like, why do you dictate that? It's such a weird one. Yeah, I don't think I did a good enough job with a lot of this, by the way. Because I'm trying to make it that the face is, like, very clouded in shadow, but, like, I'm not sure I'm getting, like, the effect that I want from it all. Like, it just kind of, I'm gonna be honest, her face just doesn't look right. I like that does the effect better. We're trying to go for. They banned stuff, and Leveler Time Vault and all the Titans, Power 9, Zer, as well as multiple deck building restrict. Nah, cool, I'm not going. Bro, if you're... Some of those, I see what they're trying to do, but it is literally the rationale of we're trying to curate what you're gonna have fun with. Like, I get it. Trust me, I do get what you're trying to do, because some games are just shit, because people keep playing certain things. But, like, one thing I learned when dealing with the difference between the LGS I have got here and the LGS at the last place is I realized how, in a sense, toxic it was to make it that only the person that wins is the person that gets, like, a reward. Whereas the one we have here, it's literally show up, you have a chance of getting something. And that's it. Right? There's a dice rolled at the table. Whoever, or like everyone rolls a dice, whoever's number's closer to this and that's it. There's no guarantee other than turning up. And they hand out like 3 packs per table. You can get 2 packs or even 3 packs if you're lucky. Though admittedly it is like, I think it's highest, lowest, and then closest to a random number. So it's very hard to get more than 2. In fact, I would argue it's near impossible to get more than 2. I've seen it. There was a guy that did get more than 1 at a table once. It's ironically enough the person that also died first. But I think that's way more interesting. I think that enables a much better atmosphere as well. Now, not to say that there's anything truly wrong with the old atmosphere I had of you winning gets you packs, but like, I think I prefer this more. Alright. I think I'm gonna finish up here with this design, just full stop. I'm not gonna probably go too much further with it, as much as I do really like it. Anything more than this, I feel like I'm gonna be spending... Because I kind of want to finish up for today, and if I go and do this for a second stream, I feel like I'm doing myself a disservice with not moving on to something new. And I've got other fuckload of other projects going on at the moment as well, so... I would prefer not to want to itch and do this design instead. I found a really bad one. Oh no. I'm gonna cancel so I can disable the background. Oh, the orbs technically got no color behind it. I forgot about that. There we go. Tamio the Moon Sage? Oh my god, that is just someone that's lost to that deck just that one too many times. I can tell you that now. No, I don't... Like, okay, I want to stress, by the way. I've got nothing wrong with, like, in-house bans in a friend group, right? Phage? Sorry, that one's the one that catches me the most off guard there, I'm gonna be honest. Banning Phage. Right. But I think in-house bans is fine. Like, again, Kefka is a great example. Kefka is, my deck is soft banned from my friend group. Because they've had enough of fucking playing against it, and it's a cancer-filled deck. I agree, it's awful, but I like the fact that I can go, I'm gonna go pull out the very expensive deck and be an absolute asshole. Right? But like, if you're going to go to the level of banning something like Phage, look, that's the one that catches me the most. I'm gonna be honest, if you lose to Phage, you're a fucking idiot. Or, that person is a genius. Let it happen. Kinda wish I did progress with either of these. Like, this one I'm still a bit pissy with, but like, I can see it getting somewhere eventually when you start adding more to it. This one I actually feel like I could have done quite a bit with. But oh well. Those sketches tend to get discarded at the very end of these streams. I'll toss this and show off though. Where is my quick access? It's probably going to be the easiest way to post it. But yeah. Alright. That's gonna be, I think, it for today. Because I would like to potentially consider getting some shite done. I need to check something because something happened this morning / yesterday that I probably should double check on. A Tree of Perdition, Bend or Break, another 172 cards, and and Home Rule Summon. Look, I stand by. I think in our playgroup we're probably still gonna have ninjutsu be like home ruled, like rule zeroed into being the same as Snake. I genuinely don't think our group's gonna give enough of a fuck. I will probably discuss this with my mate about that though. The fact that I didn't realize neither of us realized it was an activated ability. That is something that's going to be an important discussion. Whether on, like, realistically speaking, I just think that ninjutsu should function from more than the hand. I feel like ninjutsu should function from the command zone and from exile. Those are the two places in particular I care the most about. Yes, arguably the graveyard as well. Sure. That's what Sneak currently does, but no. Anyway, with that all being the case, I'm gonna finish up here for today. So let me start doing my cleanup stuff. Me being tired and lazy. I honestly might just go for a snooze after stream. Genuinely. I woke up pretty decently, but it's either I go snooze or I go get coffee and get some work done. Which sounds more tempting. I don't know. Probably be put this in a video because, wait, bye. Yeah, all good. Also, my stream thing's, falling apart. I'll send y'all to Yawa before I finish off, though. Give me a sec. I need to close the art. So I lag a little less. Time for the old raid, yeah. Oh look, the socials thing turned up just in time so I didn't have to type it. Ain't that useful. Redirect. Upgrade. Twitch. Raid. Following. Where is Yahweh? It's there. Alright. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye. Say good hello to Yahweh.